Okay. How can I sit? Ugh. I need to get a new chair, not chair, table. All right. This is fine. Okay. I was I was working on the merchant last night. Okay, let's see. What was I up to? Okay. Okay, I think I can remove this. How am I gonna trigger this? Wait, I am triggering it. I'm triggering it. So what's going on? What is going on? Let's see. Okay. Oh yeah, I saw the currency exchange. Okay, why are you not walking? Why are you not walking? Is it because of this? Idle front. And why are you playing idle front? Why are you playing idle front? Is bro gonna go away or no? Come on. Are you stuck? Okay. Not sure what's going on. Let's go again. Huh. How is bro still here? He should be gone. They stay, they come, which means you should have been gone 10 days ago. Current day is 90. They come plus they stay. They come, stay, 80. You should have been gone. This is not going anywhere. Is it because this is fucking with this? Okay, so came out 1905. He's gonna stay until 105. And then he should leave. There we go. And then he's gone for 5 days or 10 days. He's coming back. Now, what's going on with the animations? Why are the animations not triggering properly? Where's the break? So you are triggering it. Wait, what? What? Why is that like that? Why they just spawn here? Can I not make you move more into the center? Let me see. I think I can make him move right at the edge. And that's gonna look right. Okay, where are you? You are right above. Are you right above? Yes. Okay. Let's see. And then... So if that is correct... Which is this. Then we want... I want you here. Yes. Cool. Cool. Now I need to hide you. How do I hide you? With this, right? No merchant yet. So I need to trigger this somehow. The merchant seller will arrive in X days. Shoot. Okay. So I need to connect this. What's this? Merchant arrived. Yo, I'm not using this for anything. What was the point of this? So I need to show or hide this. Show or hide these. Okay. In that case, signal manager, we're gonna make a new signal. A new signal right here. Show no merchant yet. Signal hide no merchant yet. And then we're gonna come here. Signal manager. Connect. And then hide. Show. Hide. Um, like this submit is going nowhere. Well, wait, it is going, it's coming here. No, it's not even coming here. which is why I'm a bit confused. I think this is like an old signal. And emit this. And then show gonna meet this. How are the numbers being calculated? I think I removed the code. I don't have the code. I think the code was supposed to be here somewhere. How do I check if you left? Because I definitely send a signal. This. No, but this is when he leaves the map. Right, so this is when he leaves the map. Which means... get this. I could use this. This is gonna become null. So as he leaves, so I trigger this again. Trigger it here. I'm triggering it here once. I'm triggering it here once. And then I need to trigger it again. When he leaves the map. Okay, let's see. So it should be... How did I do this? I used the days, I think. The Mortram is leaving. We'll come back in 7 days. But this is stuck here. Which is not correct. Huh? Um. Hello, Vishiner. How's it going? How are you, buddy? Okay. Something is not working. Maybe not here. Maybe still needs to be. Yeah. Like this. Should be correct. Let me do a reverse. Isn't null. Not good. I can't motivate to write code. How do you find the motivation always? Not always. For example, yesterday I didn't stream, so I did fuck all. Um, so yeah, my motivation is streaming. Because I'm streaming, I'm not doom scrolling or YouTube scrolling. I'm not doing any of that. It like puts me like in a different mindset. It like puts me like in like work mindset where my brain thinks is okay, it's time to work. So if the merchant is nano, which means there is a merchant, throw this. Wait, it was correct the first time. The merchant is leaving, will come back in 7 days. Hello, Prophet. Good morning, guys. Yeah. Which, so you have same problem as I do. I forgot what the term is called. There's a term you can use for it. It's like short attention span. It's because we've been social media has been you know, fucking with our brain, especially like short form content. So I suggest do what I do. Find something else that occupies your second monitor. Find something else. It can be streaming, maybe start streaming, and that can be your second monitor. It can also be like watching friends. You can make Discord friends and watch them on your second monitor. Even that is more productive than playing like a game or watching things like that. Because you just have to get out of the doom scrolling. Okay, this is not working the way I need it to work. In other news, I've been playing. Guess what I've been playing? Started last night. I've started last night. On my Steam Deck. Hey Devro, how's it going? Treat it as a reward for myself. Make a list of chores to have satisfying feeling and sacrificing it all. Now the scratching off shows you how much you have done. I have 1,000 hours in fact right now. So if you applied right, 1,000 hours in Factorious. Now if you applied make a game in 300 hours, release on Steam, 4 hours game equal 3 games. You've already released 3 games by now. No? This is the problem some of my dev friends have, like Sockhouse. He's playing games now instead of working on new games. No, could have used that time to actually make new games. But to be fair, I'm the same way, right? I'm the same way. You know? I could have worked on a new game instead of playing Fallout. I finished Prey. You know, it took me 60 hours. Let me snooze the ads. You know? One of them is completely logical, other one is garbage. Well, what can you do? May I have to change my genre? My genre is resource management in 3D collection, mine, farming, chopping tree. It's a little bit huge. I think doesn't finish never. I think you have to scope. You have to scope down. You scope down to 2 to 4 hour game, and then you can do it. Because scoping down also removes features, so you don't have to have as many features. That's the problem I'm having, is like now I'm having the problem of me scoping up instead of scoping down, which is bad. Because this update is never coming out. Like, my situation is a perfect example of needing to stop scoping up. Because I end up wasting so much time, you know? I should already be on like game 3 by now. Instead, I'm still on game 1. Speaking of garbage, I think a lot of my fun at video games got devoured by a game everyone told me will be fun. It wasn't. It was boring and overrated by everyone who told me. What do you mean? Like working on a game or playing a game? If the game you're making is playing a game, that's what fun around games. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean you have to find the games you like. Same with making games. Like I wouldn't make a game that I don't find fun playing. As well. When it comes to games, that I choose to play. I usually watch streamers play them first before I decide. So I would go, for example, I would go watch Carnage. I've been watching him forever, so when it comes to games, because we have the same kind of taste in video games, I would go watch him and then decide if it's a game I like playing, if it's a game I want to try or not. I usually stay away from like reviews or things like that. Bro, this thing doesn't make any sense, does it? Oh shoot, ads are coming, guys. I couldn't stop it. Playing games here and there can also give ideas. Yeah. Yeah. For my next game, I'm doing it differently. I'll talk more about it when we get to it. But for my next game, is going to be based on different research. I don't know how to explain it, but you'll see. It's going to be based on research. It's not going to be based on what I want to make. It's going to be based on some kind of research to maximize sales. Yeah, that's a perfect example, Bishinar. Like these people are also doing the same kind of research, right? That's kind of what I've noticed. There are like swings up and down of what people like to play. Yeah. And maybe someday in the future, I would love to make like something I want to make. I want to make like this adventure game, but it would take forever to make. I've estimated it would take me at least 5 years to make. If I'm doing it alone, 5 years. At minimum. I mean, Mr. Farmboy it's approaching 1 year. It should have been done like 3 months max. And it's approaching 1 year. So if a game like this it's taking me 1 year, a venture game it would take me at least 5. I'm just talking about me personally. And then it's gonna come it's going to be like, oh, you're gonna have burnout. Working on a game for 5 years, it's gonna come with burnout issues. That's another issue. We'll see. Makes me depressed just thinking about it. Yeah, but it's not fun. You are doing complex things in farm, but everyone love click same pixel over and over to clean floor or paint a wall. It's boring, but they love to do that. I think it's about how fast can you engage the player and making the whole process fun to play. And I think that's how you should make your games is, okay, how fast can I make the fun? That should be your goal. I think that's why survival games are so popular. It's because it gets you in the action really fast. So you're having fun. Like from 5 seconds in, you're already having fun. Because the action is right away. And because you're having these 10 minutes sessions, that's another thing. If you can make a game where you can where you don't have to sit on the chair for like an hour, that's another good thing. Like 10 to 30 minutes sessions, that's fine. Yeah, having pause is always good. Being able to pause the game and resume at the exact same where you left off, that's another good thing. Try not to make games where you're like in the middle of a dungeon, and if you quit right there, you have to start again when you open the game. Try to avoid those kind of design where you're locked into the playthrough. You're not allowed to exit and come back where you left off. That does happen in this game. Like if you quit mid-run, obviously. I think it happens if you quit mid-run, right? Or do you still get rewarded? But at least they are short. The matches are like 10 minutes. Guys, slot machines sell. There's just something in your brain that loves the loot boxes. So if you can incorporate that into your game somehow, it will always be ahead. You see that with every game. Even Counter-Strike has it. The most popular games have it. Dota has it. All the games have it. If you can somehow have this mechanic, which you see now, if you do your research, almost all popular games have slot machines, one way or another. So if you can somehow get that into your game, it's a win. Why doesn't he show a preview anymore? Look like this one. Like, if anything, this is like a pure example of just that. And it's really good. Sex and slot machines always says, yep. And I think what's even more important is, at least in this day and age, because you have to go with the flow. What's popular now is short form content. So how fast can you get the player into action and make progress feel really good in a short amount of time? Here we have it. 5 to 10 minute sessions. So, there. Roguelite plus gambling. How do you say sessions? How do you say it? Win. There you go. So make this and you're gold. Just hack their brain, make them addicted, get their money. Yeah, so big companies, just follow what the big companies does, because obviously they have the money, they already done the research. Like, wasn't this like leaked like a couple of years back, like EA and Activision and some other ones, Sony and stuff? Some of their research, player research with gambling and stuff like that got leaked, where they were doing research of like with people and finding out what triggers their brain and stuff like that. So big company already, especially mobile companies, they've already invested so much money into research to get your brain going. Just follow what the biggest mobile games do. Play some of them. See what makes your brain tick when you play them. Like one of the perfect example is like when we did a sponsor for Call of Dragons. I just play this game and see how do they do it? When do they trigger all these gameplay mechanics? And how come you're still playing after 8 hours, you know? Do that kind of research. What did they do? Like, you know, it's a mobile game and somehow they still got you, right? And you can play it on your Windows. And it doesn't even feel, sometimes it doesn't even feel like a mobile game when you play it on Windows. It feels like a proper game. Yeah, have this a go. And just record yourself playing this game and see what you find out. These days, the gap between successful games and good games is as wide as it ever was. True. True. Guys, you have no idea how popular shorts are. They are so popular. It's even more popular than streaming, right? Which I need to get into. And that is like a reflection of what players like to play these days. Yeah. Okay, I need to find out why this is not triggering properly. Like, if you want to make money making games, you can make a shit ton of money. But are you going to do what is needed? Like, is your goal to make money? And ignore your desires. It can be done if you're willing to do it. See, why is this still triggering? This. Wait, why is this still... Oh, because he's still on the map. How is still on the map? Because I Q3 him. Is it because when this happens in the same frame, it's not gonna work, is it? Which means I need to await, get 3 physics frame. Okay, let's see. Okay, so he's leaving now. Uh, uh, nothing happened. Cool. So this doesn't work. Hey, Frantics, how's it going? I'm gonna use this one then. Like my mindset with making games, I know it's not popular. Is it needs to be a business first and passion later. Business first, passion later. Which is how Hello Game did it. So this is how Hello Game started out. The people behind No Man's Sky. They started as a business first. They made mobile games first. They made Joe Danger and Joe Danger 2. They made these ones first. So business first, capital. Then they made a passion project to start making No Man's Sky. Then they went all into their passion project, which was No Man's Sky. And now they are making Light No Fire. So now they're getting to make whatever they want to make, which is awesome. So that's my mindset as well. First you make money, then your dream game. Yes. Yes. Yes, sir. It's not just like the dream game you might be making from like your first time. It's not going to be successful, but it's like so rare. It's so rare. Take Steam, for example, you get 4,000 games every other week coming to Steam. And sometimes you do get your Stardew Valleys, you know? But doing it the way No Man's Sky did is also feasible. Why does your game not have loot boxes? We used to have loot box. Wait, do I still have loot boxes? Shit, I removed the loot boxes. We used to have loot boxes. Wait. Yeah. We used to have loot boxes. We no longer have loot boxes. Hey, speaking of the devil, there he is. Sockhouse. What's up, boy? Stop playing game and get on game 3, eh? Most of us will not make a Stardew Valley. It came at the right place, the right time into the up market. Was based on legal gambling practices. Did you know that the EU is trying to, Europe is trying to actually remove microtransactions from games? Finally, after 20 years, they're finally gonna get to it. Maybe, we'll see. So if they manage to remove microtransactions from games, I wonder what's gonna happen. Are we gonna go back to... But here's the thing, the problem is it never worked. The reason we have microtransactions is because expansion was never enough. Fucking... Swear to God, bugs everywhere. The reason expansions never took off and it was never enough. That's why we have microtransactions. So we'll see what happens. Like, where are we gonna go next? Normally SEO just subscriptions is... So the reason we have all this bullshit like The Outer Worlds is a perfect example. The reason this is $100 is because games are... They never went up in price. So technically, like, a game should cost like 120. Like, that's why we have all this extra bullshit. And I wonder if that's what they're gonna do. It's like, okay, you don't want microtransactions, you don't want loot boxes, you don't want shops, then you have to pay the actual price. See? Like, this is why. It's because how can they compete? If the base is going to be $100, how are they gonna compete with other games? They can't. So what do? They make the base lower so they can compete, and then they add extra, which is dumb. I mean, just look, you can see it, it's a trend. You can see what's happening. Like, how can Ark compete if he's gonna charge $70? They can't. It's an extraction game, they have to charge a lot less and then add microtransactions. Cosmetic MTX aren't a bad thing. It's all bad. You just got desensitized to it not being bad. It's all bad. You've just been like brainwashed into thinking it's not bad. It's been banned since the first horse armor in Oblivion. You've just been desensitized to it. Give me 1 second. Back. It's all bad because it all led to the current state of the gaming industry, right? It slowly trickled. It always gets worse. Slowly just gets worse. Yeah, it slowly gets worse to the point where you're not owning anything and things like that. No, I think all of it is shit. It doesn't matter if it's cosmetic or... all of it is shit. I'd rather all that content be earned in the game. But all of it leads to what we have today. Even though you might think it's not bad. It all comes back to the current state of the gaming industry. And then we are in this situation where buying isn't owning, you know? We are buying things that we're not owning, and that's crazy. it goes back to that statement. Is like where if buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't theft. You know. So all that started way back, where we used to own things, and because everything became so granular. Like once you buy this extra thing, you're no longer owning it. You cannot own that extra thing, so now it's slowly crippled into everything. You're not owning anything. So now, because you're not owning anything, you're just buying a license. You know? That's a whole other problem. I don't think so, because it all started when we used to just buy games, and then we slowly took away from the games, and it slowly became micro games. And you cannot own the micro games. But if games were just games, like you just buy the game now, you wouldn't have that issue, because you just bought the game and that's it, and you own the game and that's it. But now it's like multifaceted. Oh, because you bought microtransactions, that's a license. Because you bought this DLC, oh, that's a license. And now games became licenses. So it all cripples down way back. And I'm just looking forward to see what is going to happen. Is this new thing that's happening with Europe going to do anything? Or, and if they do ban microtransactions from games, how is the gaming industry going to respond? Which will be interesting. And what they're going to do about this licensing problem, because that's also a problem. Yeah, but DLC doesn't work anymore. That's why we have all these stores and microtransactions, is because the DLC model doesn't work. It doesn't make enough money. Expansions don't work. Like, long term doesn't work. So that's why you have expansions, you have season passes, you have microtransactions, is because it doesn't work. It needs all these extra things. So I'm wondering what's gonna happen. How is the mobile industry going to react to this? Is the mobile industry going to get affected as well? I don't know. I'm assuming yes. Have you guys seen this? The nuke map? We were watching a Fallout 3. Where did Fallout 3 bombs actually hit we were watching that video, and then we found out this website where you can use like you have all the nukes in the world. So this is the Hiroshima bomb, right? Now watch this. This is what USA has. Largest USSR bomb. Look at this. Look at this. Isn't that crazy? From this to this. It's not a big cap. This is not that big. How is this even possible? Well, that was fun to watch.
I'm standing here in the post-apocalyptic streets of the hit 2008 video game Fallout 3. I'm standing here in the post-apocalyptic...
And now I'm playing Fallout 3. I have 10 hours in.
Apocalyptic streets of the hit 2000.
I also need to play Fallout New Vegas. Was that a No, it was a rhetorical question. I don't know anything about any of this. Well, you bring up thermal, so you have thermal here. 3rd-degree burns. Layer of the skin. Right, so you're gonna get fucked up. Like 3rd-degree burns, you're gonna get fucked up. Probably even dead. If the pain doesn't kill you, probably even death. Dude, this is such good content. This Annie Austin. He makes such good content. It's just about video games and how would it feel and things like that. When you find original content, try to spread it around because that's good. That's what I have to do. I need to remove all the slop from my following, because I'm watching way too much slop. It's not good. Work. No. Wait, I need to eat. That's why I'm trying to watch something. I'm trying to watch something. Should we watch? Oh, it's 40 minutes. Nice, too long. Yeah, I need to get away from it. Bro, there's so much drama. Fucking bunnies and dogs and all sorts of stuff. So wait, oh, this is
Hello
interesting.
and welcome, I'm your Code Monkey. So here's a very interesting story on basically how to waste 100,000 wishlists. Now this is a bit of a sad story, so the goal here is really just to try to learn from this so you don't make basically the same mistakes, so you don't basically take something that should have been basically guaranteed multi-million
Wait, this was a flop? Because I thought this was gonna be massive.
dollar success and end up with a flop instead. So like I wrote here, so here is a very interesting story. It's a cautionary tale of a game that had everything going for it, but ended up being a massive flop. And yep, this is the story of Cuff Bust. So here's the game in question. It's a really awesome game, or at least it looks really awesome. It's a nice prison escape game. It's one of those sort of friend swap games. You're meant to play with your friends and there's a lot of silliness. So it's definitely a great, let's say, content creator kind of game. It's definitely the kind of game that can go viral with all kinds of Twitch streamers, YouTube streamers, and so on. In terms of concept, it looks great. In terms of visuals, I would say it also looks great. It looks very unique, very recognizable. And like I wrote here, so this is the story of Cuff Bust, which importantly is a game that got a very valuable free slot during Summer Game Fest. This is the massive summer event hosted by Jeff Keighley. Getting a slot on this is worth usually tens of thousands of dollars or maybe $100,000. It's something that is very, very valuable. And Jeff actually usually makes a point of contacting indies who cannot afford the usual normal prices. Usually he contacts a bunch of indies that he feels are deserving and really just gives them a free slot, which basically gets the game in front of, let's say, millions of people. The game had that going for it, and that when combined with the actual genuinely interesting nature of the game, basically with that, it gathered 100,000 wishlists. We can look over here on SteamDB, just in case you don't know how you can guesstimate wishlists. You can look down and you can see the charts, and over here, Steam followers, these are usually public data. You can see the Steam followers of pretty much any kind of game, and over here you can see them, and the ratio of followers to wishlists is usually about 10 to 1. So if you see something with about 11,000 followers, then you can basically guesstimate that's around 110,000 wishlists. Which, by the way, that is a genuinely insane amount. On the entirety of Steam, there are 4,400 games that are currently upcoming. And out of those, if you get 100,000 wishlists, you get number 199. So if that's a huge amount, meaning a lot of people really, really wanted this game, this was pretty much a guaranteed win. Like I wrote here, it got those 100k wishlists. And before release, it had a lot of hype with tons of streamers dying to play it. And by the way, this is also by the same developer that did the massively successful Choo Choo Charles. This was a massively successful game and also one game that was very, very successful with streamers. It got millions of views, it got a lot of players. People love this game. This one is also very iconic, very recognizable. Here on Gameanalytic, which usually has some pretty good rough estimates, here the estimate is between $5 and $9 million. So this was definitely a very, very successful game, meaning this is a very competent developer. And because of that, yep, Cuff Bust was definitely pretty much guaranteed to find success. However, last week it came out and it came out to very negative reviews. So this really is a great example of how having people hyped for a game is awesome, but you still definitely need to deliver on it. Now, of course, the question is, what exactly happened? How does a game that seemed like a guaranteed win, how does that actually end up being a flop? And the reason is actually because of a bunch of things. So over here, in this particular case, the game launched with just a single map that only has about 10 minutes of gameplay. So that alone is pretty insane. I will definitely tell you not to do this. Even if the game is excellent, if you just have 10 minutes of gameplay, that is not going to be enough to satisfy pretty much anyone. And if you see most of the reviews, that does seem to be one core issue, is how it really just has one map and it really just has about 10 minutes of gameplay and that's it. As to why the developer decided to release the game in such a state, I would guess the answer is right this. The game does have workshop support and apparently does seem to have a very robust level editor. So apparently the idea for the developer was make one really good map and then just basically hope that the community builds a bunch of more awesome maps, which can definitely work out. I mean, you have games kind of like RimWorld and Terraria. These games sell millions and millions of copies and they continue selling them because they have such robust workshop support. You can find a billion mods that change the game in so many different ways that pretty much the amount of game that exists that is not made by developers is, let's say, 100 times bigger than whatever the developers made. But even if you do take that approach, of course the base game itself still needs to have a decent amount of content. Either that or you basically need to pay modders to build maps before you actually release the game. So my advice, which honestly shouldn't even count as advice just because it should be so basic, so common sense, is definitely don't just launch your game with just 10 minutes of gameplay and then hope that players will add the rest of the gameplay itself. Make sure you have a nice solid base, and then if your game is suitable for UGC, user-generated content, if so then sure, add workshop support, and over time it will increase the amount of content, but the base amount still needs to be somewhat decent. So that was the first reason, just a single map and 10 minutes of gameplay, that it did obviously not go well with players. And then of course, then launch with a very premium price point of $20. For these kinds of games, for the friend slap genre, for this $20 is definitely a premium price point. You can look at other games in this genre, in this friend slap genre, and you can see they're usually around $10. So Peak, this is a multi-million dollar seller, people love this game, and this one costs about 10 bucks. Then you've got other games like Lethal Company and a bunch more, and again, all these are around the $10 price point. So charging $20 for this game, that is definitely a rough ask. My advice with regards to this, you figure out what other games on the same genre where
So House, when are we making Peak?
Those charge, and make sure you don't charge an insane amount. If you're making these
Peak,
kinds
listen
of
me, Peak.
genres, then yeah, going above $10 is going to be difficult. Another very popular genre nowadays are incremental games, and these are usually around the $3 to $5. And then on the other hand, you've got games kind of like Factorio. These are usually very complex, very mechanically intense games, and usually these are around the $30 price point. So the genre that you choose, what your game actually is going to influence how much you can ask for it. In general, indie developers always charge way too little for their games, but like this game represents, basically you need to make sure you charge the appropriate amount for the genre that you're in. If you charge basically double on what the other games in that genre are charging, then you're going to either sell fewer copies, or the players who pick up the game, they won't have such high expectations that will likely lead to negative reviews. And another simple thing is the game did not have a launch discount. This is definitely something that I highly encourage you to do. There's almost no benefit to not having a launch discount. Even just something like 10%, even that is going to be infinitely better than not having one. The only games that usually can get away with not having a launch discount are usually AAA games. But if you are an indie, which if you're watching this channel, I'm guessing you are, if so, then I definitely recommend you make a launch discount. If you don't want to go for something deep, that's okay. You don't have to go deep. Really just make 10% and that's enough. And then alongside that, something perhaps probably even more egregious is it launched with another $10 worth of DLC and a $30 plushie. So literally at launch, as soon as the game launched, here we are, we've got some DLC, and yep, we've got about 10 bucks worth of DLC. And on the official website itself, as soon as the launch, it already has featured merch, including a $30 plushie. So basically, if you put all these things together, you put a very, very premium price point of $20 compared to the other $10, without a launch discount, with $10 worth of DLC and $30 plushie, that definitely makes it seem very, very greedy, which players do not enjoy. So because of this, players were pissed at such an expensive game, how it was overly monetized, and with so little content. As soon as the game launched, it got a ton of negative reviews, and then the developer panicked, so then the developer quickly dropped the base price to $10, which makes more sense, but again, at that point, that made the original buyers even more pissed, and the game briefly dipped into overwhelmingly negative reviews, and now it is back up to mixed. So it was a very high price point, and then trying to change that caused so much damage to this game, but again, thankfully nowadays it's back up to mixed. There's no way of knowing how many of these players, how many of them actually refund the game. 300 reviews is actually a very, very good amount. We can use the box ladder method and calculate that 300 reviews, or rather 368 times 40 to get the rough amount of copies sold, so around 15,000 copies sold. But with so many angry players and with so little gameplay,
Damn. I sold 6,000? Jesus Christ.
how many of these actually refund the game? Usually the refund rate is between anywhere from 5 to 15%. But with so many angry people angry at this game, perhaps that might be even up to 30 or 40%, and perhaps even higher. One example of that was basically the game the day before. That one had an insane amount of wishlists, and also when it launched, it was basically a scam, and it ended up with about 90% refund rates. So even though based on the reviews, it sounds like the game still sold a decent amount.
I don't know. I haven't checked my it's been months since I've checked my how much I've sold. Oh, I'll check.
Chances are, with number of refunds, probably didn't do very well. Now, like I mentioned here, there are good news. So the good news, the reviews do mention how the game itself does seem to be good. It's just massively lacking in content. So with future updates, this could end up good, but this is definitely one that should have been delayed. Every once in a while, there are a few stories on Steam of games that have a very bad launch and then actually manage to recover. The most obvious example of that is No Man's Sky. So this one launch was pretty much negative. They overpromised the game like crazy, and what actually launched was
Hold on,
nowhere
I
near
need to
what they
restart my
promised.
phone.
So people really dislike this game. It also had a ton of negative reviews. But over the years, they put out tons and tons of updates, and nowadays, now it actually sits at very positive reviews. So could this be the path that Cuffbus will take? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. This kind of thing of getting bad from bad launch is usually very, very difficult. Usually you only get one launch, that's your launch, and that's it. If it flops, chances are you won't be able to get back to it. But if you do get an insane amount of wish lists, if you get an insane amount of people that are potentially still looking at the game, if so, then that can be done. So I do wonder, 6 months from now, will this game suddenly be in very positive and with a lot of happy players? Will that happen? Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. Like I wrote here, so with a 100k wishlist, you have basically guaranteed success. You almost cannot fail with that many wishlists. But look at this game for a cautionary tale to remember how you still need to deliver and not let the hype get to your head and become overly greedy with price.
Hey Sockhouse, when's the mining game coming? What's happening? How's game 2 going?
And DLC. This game had everything going for it to make millions and millions of dollars, and perhaps it will still find success, but it makes me wonder what could have been. If you
Early next year? Wait, why? What the fuck? We've been doing, bro?
have 100,000 wishlists, then yep, it definitely is pretty much guaranteed success, but like this game shows, you still definitely need to deliver upon the hype. Now here I wrote, the excellent Jonas Sarler has an interview with the dev behind Cuffbus that was published a few months ago. It's a very interesting video and even more interesting now in hindsight. So it's this interview and I highly recommend you watch it. There's a lot of very interesting thoughts over here. Personally, I think Jonas' interviews are excellent, so if you haven't seen them, I definitely recommend you browse his entire channel and watch all of those interviews. And of course, in hindsight, it is very interesting to watch this interview, to hear his thoughts on about game dev, game design, and so on. And over here, he talks about how finding success is all about attracting attention, and he's definitely extremely good at that. He definitely attracted a ton of attention. That is why the game has 100,000 wishlists. But in the interview, he also talks about being quite jaded. He talks about basically leaving the game dev industry for good after the launch of this game. Specifically at 205, he talks kind of about that. He talks about how he enjoyed making Cuffbus only for the first few days, and then afterwards really just doing it basically just for a paycheck. Which can be a valid way of making games, but it can also lead to this. It can lead to you being basically blinded and just doing some math and seeing if I launch at $20, I'm going to make a lot more money, especially without a launch discount.
He's accurate, guys.
$10 DLC and $30, and I'm guessing he was just thinking about numbers and nothing else, and then actually realized that players were definitely not going to be happy with such an expensive game, so overly monetized with so little content. And takeaway is, like I wrote here, so I was definitely shocked to hear about this. It seemed like this game was the most easily guaranteed win ever. But I guess it goes to show how you still need a good game to back up all of your marketing efforts. Usually marketing is the hardest part, and over here this game basically got the marketing down. It got a 100k wishlist, and in terms of the game itself, the game does seem to be
it's more or less accurate, yeah.
Just a handful of mistakes and basically killed it. Now again, technically it might not have killed it for the long run. Technically with a bunch of updates, considering how the game is good, with a bunch of those updates, maybe 6 months from now, maybe the game will be very positive with tons of reviews, maybe it will sell tons of copies, and maybe this will still end up being a story of success, but it will never be exactly what could have been. So you have this is a very interesting cautionary tale. If you yourselves do end up getting 100,000 wishlists, first of all, congratulations, and secondly, make sure you don't make these mistakes. And if you want to learn how to make games, then check out my free complete courses.
Cool. Cool. Good idea. If marketing good makes game good. Good idea. I'm gonna be honest. I did not pay attention. All I remember from that video is like the game has only 10 minutes of content. I think I think the way he was thinking was yeah, that was bad on his part, because he thought maybe like people will start making maps right away. I think that's where he failed. It was very basic. It was like, okay, I'll make one map and people will make the rest of the maps. But he should have taken the what's that game called? There's a game. I don't remember the game. Where the player makes the levels. It's a shooter. You make these constructs with traps and add mobs. And you, as a player, you have to go through it. But I don't remember. But at least that game came with like 20 pre-made maps. And then you were rewarded. If your map was good, you were rewarded for it. Minecraft, oh, true. We need to play Minecraft. Someday. I'm watching Mr. D-Boy. I see watching Scott Monkey. I see watching Jones Charles. Cool. True. How's the game completion? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, the roadmap? It's coming along. We're working on update 4. I've been refactoring a lot of the game. So are you gonna make a new game shortly or keep adding stuff to this game? No, once I'm done with the game, it's done. I would say the game, it's actually done. Like systems wise, it's done. It needs more content. But that's about it. So for example, I just added the so the game is like 4 times the size. So this was used to be the old game right here, and now it's 4 times the size. And the second part of the map, for example, you unlock the blacksmith, which you can refine nuggets into coins. So you can get coins this way. For example. It still says, well, it's been a while since release. Well, there's this formula you can do it. The amount of reviews x 40. So you can use that. We just learned about it today. And you can use that with any game. It's going to give you the amount, more or less, how many copies the game sold. If you unlock the blacksmith too late, it's pointless to print money, I think. I mean, I don't know, because we have to test it. But you bring a good point. I just don't know, until we test it, I'm not sure. You know? Yeah. Yeah, sure. When I go in full, I don't know Stockhouse. Once I get all the mechanics working right, then I will have an idea of when the game is ready. I definitely don't want to spend more than 6 months on EA. And we already did spend almost 3 months, right? So we need to get to it. Also, where do you get the copper, silver, gold ores? Good question. Good question. Yeah. Very good question. I don't know. Okay. Even better question, when and what is game 2? Wouldn't you like to know? Let me know if you do find out. Tell me about it. No, we already have the mechanic. So we already have the mechanic. I can show you. So we have... Actually, let me progress to get through the game and I can show you. Why not? Yeah. You still doing the 2.5D game? No. No. No shot. Am I doing the 2.5D game? That would be insane. I like the automation aspect of the game, but sometimes it's not clear how much work I can get done and what the right field size is. Right. I think you'll have a better time in the next update. Oh, the demo is sold. Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to get away from that. But I don't know how to stop you from doing that. Because I also don't want to stop you. Like, if you want to make the whole island, so the way I'm kind of trying to mitigate that is, as you can see, the crops no longer auto harvest. Now you have to harvest them. So it's not gonna give you the impression that you have to come and harvest them, which means now there's like a cycle where farmers plant, then gatherers come in and gather, and then farmers wait for the gatherers to gather to plant again. Because before it was farmers planted, the crop would auto harvest, and then the farmer will go straight away to planting. And then the gatherers would come in, and then they would be behind. So now there's a loop going on. So I can show you. I'm gonna get a house. By the way, the farmers, they come from the bridge. So another thing that is changed is now from where you hire from the house itself. One second, let me get the gatherers. Because I need to sell. So now that I have a warehouse, I can do this, and then I can assign. So now I'm assigning this crops to this warehouse, and then when you hire carriers, shit, I need a new house. They will bring the these crops to this warehouse. And then I can do the same for the gatherers. So I take this and then I assign it here. And then I make a new house. get some gatherers. There you go. What are those lag spikes? They are from me having this enabled, the debugger stuff. And the time is 500x. So I need to lower the time. So now we are back to normal. So now you will see, also this is with farmers and gatherers. They don't have any upgrades. I cannot show you the tooltip, it's gonna break. But they also have upgrades. So as they do things, they will get better. So this is with 2 of each. Almost done my UI rework for now, nice. Smart mode, it helps with optimization, I think, so there won't be 100 sprites on each. Yeah. Yep. Oh, you know what was the lag spike? Lag spike? It was the saving. Yeah, 100%. That was the saving, I think, because it was happening so fast. It saves every 10 days. "10 days, it's about 15 minutes. So every 15 minutes it saves. I may move it to like 30 minutes. How often does Factorio save? May not even have to be that often. Plus, the only reason I'm saving... The only reason I'm saving is because... in case your computer crashes, that's the only scenario I need to save. To have an autosave. That's pretty much why games have autosaves. For a scenario where your computer crashes. Because if you press X in here, it will save. If you quit the game, it will save. But if you crash your computer, I don't think there's a way for a game to save when that happens. Because your computer crashes. You cannot write data to a crashed hard disk. Auto-saving heavy data at once. Yes. Yes. Yes, I think so. Well, not at once. Wait, is that once? It's because I'm saving nodes. I'm duplicating and saving nodes. I'm adding all of them to this. I'm adding all of them to this. Which then is gonna save it here. And then I'm duplicating it. And then I'm adding it to this array. And then I use this. Yeah. Then I use this. I don't know. I think it does that. I think it is doing something like that. Or maybe not. So this is what I would have to change. Is like I will have to somehow save this one finished duplicating. So I'm not sure how that would work. No, wait, the problem is here. The problem is because I'm using resources and this is like a big ass array. It does it all at once. I don't think there's a way to wait for things to be saved. The only thing I could optimize is this. This right here. That's the only thing I can optimize. I could optimize. But I don't feel like duplication is... How expensive is duplication? I don't know how well, it's quite expensive. We'll have to debug. I do know it's expensive. I do know it goes over our threshold of 16 by 68 ms for a couple of frames. That's why you get those freezes. But yeah, this is the gameplay loop. And beyond this, you can... So beyond this, we can hire foresters, which I'm not a big fan of how it works right now. So you can have forestry. Like this, and then you can have miners. Oh yeah, I also need the warehouse. Shoot. There you go. What's wrong, guy? What's wrong? What's your problem with the mechanic? It's not so bad for the forestry, but then it doesn't make any sense for the miners. Exactly what Mr. Zap is saying. Why can't I add? What's going on, bro? Oh, that's why. Really? Yep. Why can't I add? There you go. Are you serious? Oh shit, I have no copper. Fuck. Wait, I'm going into minus. Fuck. It's because of these trees. Fuck you, trees. Now I have no copper. Shoot. I screwed myself. No, well, it's not supposed to be copper, it's supposed to be silver. But you have no way to get silver at the moment. Besides trading or exchanging. You can exchange or refine ores, but there's no way to get nuggets just yet. Just make them dig until they get something. Well, the problem with just make them dig until you get something is the player should also have to do this. So what am I going to do? Just have the player stand here, dig in for 2 minutes until it comes out? So that's kind of the problem I'm having. Yes, that's how it works. Okay. Let me tell you this idea. What if, hear me out, what if instead of you planting wood and planting stone, when you add forestry tiles, right? And you connect it to a what you call it, a what do you call it, a woodcutter log or whatever it's called, forestry camp. It then plants trees, right, on its own, so you don't do the planting yourself. And we can do the same thing for the mining. You have a quarry mill. You have a quarry mill building. When you attach the quarry mill building to the mining tiles, it would randomly spawn digging locations. What do you guys think? Hello, Ginger. No, I don't want that. There is no, so I cannot do that for the simple reason that the navigation is not set like that. NPCs can only walk on dedicated tiles. Like the miners can only walk on the mining tile and road. The foresters can only walk on the forestry tile and road. Farmers on the farming tile, road. Gatherers on the gatherer tile, road. Carriers, road. They only need the road. Yeah. And because there is no collisions, they don't have anything. it wouldn't work either. Where are the good characters home? So I've talked about this. So here is the trilogy plan. Mr. Farm Boy, Mrs. Farm Girl, right? Mr. Farm Boy and Mrs. Farm Girl. And then, so here's the plan. This is the trilogy. And then we have bundles. The farm something. The trilogy bundle. Hey Munglo. Oh yeah. Oh wait. Or yeah. Wait. The family bundle. There you go. She was a farm girl, he was a farm boy. Can I make it more obvious? True. Bro, if Pokemon can do it, why can't we? That's my logic, okay? If Pokemon can get away with it, why can't we? Did Don't Starve do something similar? No, they're just DLCs. It's just DLCs. Hunger and Hustler Bungle. Okay. To be fair, people let Pokemon get away with a bunch of BS. The old Harvest Moon Back to Nature had 2 games, one with male and one with female. There you go. There you go. Which one? This one. So back to nature. What the fuck? These are kids, bro. The heck? What the fuck is happening? You're talking about this, right? So this is the girl version. Yep. Harvest Moon, Back to Nature for Girl. It was only released in Japan until PlayStation Portal. The game is very similar to Harvest Moon Back to Nature, except the player character is in the game is Claire. It takes the place of Pete to try and save the farm. And then Harvest Moon Boy Girl. This game is the complete port of Harvest Moon Back to Nature, and both games were originally released on PlayStation, however, was never translated to English before. Plot and gameplay. This game has the same story and gameplay as Back to the Nature, except the combined ported together as one game. You can either play as a boy or girl. They can rename other parts of the game. Girl differences. Festivals are changed to fit the female perspective. Courting and bachelors instead of bachelorettes. The game ends when married. Plot and story of the main character changed. House is remodeled to fit girl look. Additional furniture. Beauty stars. Dog will be nice to you from the beginning of the game. Who is dog? Dog. This guy. He runs the inn and lives there with his daughter Anne. Okay. His wife has his luck died and tried his best to raise Anne. Okay. So he's an innkeeper. It's okay, I fixed it. How's it going, Nix? Your game ends with when married. That's a statement. Imagine doing a character creation crazy. No, no, no. No, that's too much work. That's too much work. I think this makes sense. You know, the family bundle, and then you have the family trilogy, you know? There you go. There you go. Will the farm girl plant other stuff? Of course. Three extra crops. Three extra crops. Oh, what I can do is, yeah, this is what I will do. It's like the end game crops, which are done here. They are different on the girl side, right? You have different end game, and then you have different end game on this side, right? And then when you get to the third game, you have all of it combined. Makes perfect sense. Like flowers and actually, you bring a good point, because I do want to bring the flowers. What you call it? Flowers. Flower system. I want to bring in, if I get the chance, flower breeding. Look at this. There's like a whole meta game going on here. There's like a whole meta game going on. Yeah. But can you still call it farm girl if you just do flowers instead of crops, but you still have animals? Would that work? It will be flower girl. Yeah, you're right. Dutch farmlands are full of tulips. So maybe it can work. What's this? Oh, we're just planning the future of the trilogy. It's called the Family Trilogy. We have 3 games. Yeah. Chronology, true. Yeah. I think it's gonna work. Probably. I'm not sure. So we do have a problem. Is the navigation. It's only it's a debugger thing. So we do have a problem. What is the problem? The problem is, how do we add copper and silver and other things? That's the problem. So I do want to add, I'm thinking of making a quarry mill system where you connect it to the mining tile, and then inside you're able to select what to look for, like stone or like copper or like silver or like gold, right? Because I can show you guys the how it works with the chickens, so you can kind of get an idea. Look, need to get some stuff done now. Why? Why? But why? But why? Let me hire a bunch of gatherers. There you go. We may need more farmers as well. So I'll show you how it works with... Wait, do I need to sell this? Fuck, I do. Okay. Ah, Pierre, you fucked up. So you subbed the game, eh? You subbed the game, eh? Snoozing the ads. Unbelievable, Pierre. Sure. Sure. Like, if I'm going to believe that. You know? Okay. So, I'm gonna show you guys how it works for the chickens. Let's do it up here. So think of this. This would be like the curry meal, right? Right, this is the curry meal. Think of it like as the curry meal. Then you add the mining tile, right? So this is what I'm thinking. And then you select stone. You add stone, right? And look what happens. Wait. Look. There's a nest. So that's what I'm thinking, right? Kinda like this. You're selecting what you want to look for, and it's gonna look for it. So that's kind of what I was thinking. Another way we can do it is there is no mining tile. It's something pre-made. Let's say down here somewhere. It's pre-made. It already has a bunch of stuff on it that you can mine. And then you just connect. You just add the quarry mill. And then you add the miners, and that's it. But it's something you don't control. It's something you will have to work around. Right? It will be something you cannot design yourself. You will have to work around it. That can also work. That could also work. Like part of the map. Like say right here it was just copper. For example, you have like a copper vein, whatever you call it. Blacksmith looking great. Really? You like it? Thank you. We did try to fix it, Ginger. The only problem is they get cut off. But yeah. Zoom in and you notice the bad details. Really? What bad details? Guys, you're being too harsh. You're being too harsh. Why don't you like it? Why don't you like it? Come on. But yeah, here we go. We can do it this way, we can do it where you can control it, which would be interesting. Which would make sense. It would technically make sense. We can do it how Satisfactory does it, right? How does Satisfactory handle trees? Um, I think once you cut them, they're gone. Yep. Once you cut down all the trees. Interesting. Interesting, okay. But I do like the idea with the... We may actually do this. I kind of like the idea. I kind of do like the idea. Yeah, we may. Okay, let's do it. I think we're gonna do it. I think we're gonna do it. So, wait, what happened? Okay. Cool. Let's do this. World mine. Got world mined, and then look how laggy the default Godot is when it comes to tile sets. Look how laggy it is. Look how smooth the plugin is. Are you sure it's the default? Of course it's the default. What kind of question is that? Am I sure it's the default? Both is the same? No, it's not. What are you talking about? No, it's not. You're copying if you think it's the same. No, I'm editing. All in one texture and it's being on the scene of everything. True. I mean, you're not wrong. It's 2K? No, it's 1K. 1K. I don't know. It's always been like this. I don't think it's the computer. You think it's the computer? I mean, it could be. Guys, I did get the message from Windows. They said Windows 10 is no longer supported. Please evacuate ASAP. That's the message I got. They were like, fuck. It's time for you to leave. Do it? Do what? I can't even install Windows 10. Windows 11. I cannot even install Windows 11. You can install Linux. I don't want Linux. Linux, ew. Why would I install Linux? Ew. Linux. Bro, just pick the easy one. Listen. When I can play anything I want, that is when I would install Linux. So once all this online games is figured out and all that kind of stuff, then I will install Linux for sure. I mean, it's going in that direction anyways. Everything you want, you don't play much anyways. You got me. You got me. But for example, I couldn't play Dune if I wanted to. If I installed Linux. Dune Awakening. Can I play Dune? Can I play? Nope. Can I play Warframe? Okay. Can I play Final Fantasy 14? Really? Can I play World of Warcraft? What's this? What's this? Diablo. Diablo works. Is ProtonDB just Steam? Is only Steam Deck? Is it not like a Linux thing? Genshin Impact. Guild Wars. Okay. Why is Destiny broken? Why is this broken? Give me another one. Give me another one. No, that's not. No, those are not multiplayer. Well, they are multiplayer, but not the kind of multiplayer I'm thinking about. Okay. Dark and darker. Okay. Tarkov. Boo! Boo! Daisy. Rust. Okay. Battlefield 6. Yes. Got one. That's right. That's right. Look, see, I knew it. I knew Linux was shit. See, you can't even play Battlefield 6, the newest game. Come on, bros. Come on, bros. Jesus. The boy searches reasons not to use Linux, so why not then simply upgrade PC so it can support Windows 11? We all see that you sold game, can afford one. That isn't Linux fault. It's game maker's fault that they don't know Linux. I cannot upgrade. I will have to buy a new computer. Yeah. Why don't you buy a new computer then? Just haven't looked. I do need to though. I also need to talk to the taxman first before I do anything. Let's see, where do I add these? Where do I add these? Yikes. So with Linux, your computer will be fine for the next 5 years at least. I don't know, I feel like that's a long time. It's already 10 years old. There's no way it's gonna last another 5 years. Oh wait. That's not it. Wait, why did you mess it up? I don't feel like that's enough. Is this empty? No. Hey? What do you think of this? Mr. Debate, if you migrate to Linux, I won't complain about rough file. Hmm. 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 I also heard this issue with streaming when it comes to Linux. So I don't know. Maybe. Oh, it doesn't save. OBS works there. Okay. So let's say you unlocked this. Although I should have kept the outlines. I think. Wait, what the heck is going on? Why are these guys so deformed? Oh, because of... Oh, that's why. Because it was melting inside. Okay, yeah, that's better. Uh, there are a few great Linux game devs there in Twitch, like Mr. Manglo or Hypnotic. Jones also got Linux these days, if I recall correctly. I custom migrate to Linux. Guys, Windows is not that bad. I had Windows 10 since July 29, 2015. Okay? Very specific date. I bet you also like Windows updates. No, I hate Windows updates. I hate them. Actually, they're not so bad on Windows 10 because they don't bother you anymore. If you just leave it, they don't bother you anymore. And then after 2 months, they update when you shut down your computer. They do not update anymore on 10, right? Not anymore. Not anymore. That is true. That is true, not anymore. So how do you feel about this? So we populate the... So this you cannot change, right? This, it's permanent. So this would be like a copper vein on the map. Then you add a quarry mill, right? You add a quarry mill, and then they will mine this. And this is permanent. You can always mine it forever, just like in Satisfactory. I just need to figure out how the player does it. How will the player mine it? How do I mine it? Because it's not like this. This is a tile set. Yeah, we can. We can. Like this, right? Sure. It's also missing like shadows. We can add shadows. How do I add shadows on top? How does that work? Shift? No. How do you add shadows on top? Do I have to make another layer? That would suck. There you go. Playing life on hard mode, like exactly, guys, exactly. How else would you play it? Why is this a problem? Is this null? And why is this being called? Because this is null. Okay. Now the question is, how do we do this? How are we going to do this? Do we store the nuggets inside the quarry mill? That makes sense. So instead of a warehouse, you have a quarry mill. And you store it inside the quarry mill, and then from the quarry mill it can go to the blacksmith. Right? Although, what's the point of the quarry mill? Maybe we don't need a quarry mill. Yeah, maybe not. Houses and warehouses. And that's it. Right? Makes sense. You add a house, you hire miners. The miners will come mine. Warehouse. Then the warehouse comes then you add the warehouse, you bring the nuggets to the warehouse. Okay. I don't know if there's a reason to add a quarry mill besides just use it as a house for miners. That's the only thing I can think of. It would be like a different housing just for miners. So instead of a house, it would be a quarry mill. I'm just thinking. Thinking. How should I do this? I don't know. Okay, let's move on. Um, we'll have to add them to the navigation. Oh my god, please work. Holy fuck lag. Bro. Holy lag. But how do I detect? How do I detect what this is? I need a way to detect it. I want to see if I can detect it here. Hilden, I told the boy to leave Windows for OpenBSD. OpenBSD. That sounds bad. Bro. I can't even touch it. Oh, did I do the wrong physics layer? OpenBSD. Bro. Bro. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Text is too generic. I don't like this. Best Linux Mint. Okay, that's more like it. Okay. Elementary OS. Yeah, I didn't like it. It was only text. I don't like it when it's only text. I don't want to read text. I just want to see images. Fedora wasn't text. Where's the images? All I see is text. It's too much, bro. It's too much. It's too much, I'm sorry. Too many Linux stuff, too much going on. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Looks complicated. I think you'll be fine with Windows 10 until some virus eats it. Yeah. Better terrain. I just okay. Let's see. Print better terrain. Let me see if is there a way for me to get sell all map. Um. What? Bro. Don't pick, let chat decide what OS to run. I want red star. Guys. Guys. Please. Guys, please. Hello, 8 bits. I have to give it something. So I have to give it something. I have to give it this somehow. But I don't want to create this every single time. Okay, let's see if this works. And then it should come off. APT Arch for server. What are you guys talking about? Don't know if it makes any sense. Fucking nonsense. Doesn't work. Does it? I mean, it should. Oh, because it needs an actual target. Shit, it needs an actual target. So it's not that it's not working. One second. Wait, I have to give this. Bruh. Ah, we're back to this issue. Ugh. We're back to this issue. Um, let's use, because I think it has something to do with this. Let me see. It's not really the tool. It's here somewhere. Why doesn't it go to the destination though? Well, it's going to the target position. Right. Which means this it's going to the target location, but that's not gonna work. That will not work. No, it should work. It's there. Okay. Okay. Did I hydrate Ginger? I don't remember. Can't remember if I did or not. No. There we go. Wait, there is a problem. What is the problem? Because you're not assigning the workers. The workers don't care, which is a problem. Hmm. Now we're gonna have an issue of, well, this issue existed before as well, right? Yeah, with the houses. Yeah, let's just continue for now. So something is canceling it. Something in here, I think. Because I'm definitely showing this. So why is it not showing? Is it because of this? No. Wait. Because I'm not triggering this, am I? Ah, that was a problem. That was the problem. Yeah. Stop. I almost want to get away with this. The only problem is for performance reasons. Consider using signals instead. How would I use signals? How do you use signals? Why is it coming here? Because it's null. Why is this null? Wait, still null. I may just remake this part of the game. And just use this too. This is equal or higher than 1. We exit. We need to ask again, right? When we exit. Okay, this breaks. So when I move, it breaks. Shoot. Everything breaks again. Everything breaks again. This works. So how come this works? Also, is this expensive? No, it shouldn't be expensive because I'm only calling it once. When I enter and exit. So it shouldn't be expensive. Maybe I do need this if statement. If this is true, then I can nullify the rest of it. No. Fuck. Maybe? So, for whatever reason, the target is something else. Well, we know what the target is. Where are we? We know what the target is. Why is he trying to become something that I cannot become? Oh, wait a second. It's this part. Or maybe it's this port. Come on. Come on, just leave. Okay, we're gonna have to restart. Problem is the target is still being set either way. That's the problem. Now. We're gonna do target null. Then yeah, that is kind of lame. So let's not do that. Let's do something else. Temporary target. Then Here's the thing, there should never be any overlapping. Overlapping should never be a thing. No, wait, it is a thing. Because... yeah, never mind, you can overlap. And in a sense... I am overlapping some things. The fuck? Like this would be an overlap. That would be an overlap, so... Actually, wait, never mind. Is this coming here? Plant. What's the body? How can the body still be this one? Aha, it's the player. Now it's the... the fuck? I guess I can have this here. This still works. This doesn't work anymore, I don't know why. Why can't I plant? Huh? Weird. Do I still need this? So why can't I? Something is stopping me, but I don't know what. What is this stopping me? Am I losing my tool? No. I'm not losing my tool. Am I losing my... this. Ah. It's getting stuck. Wait. Oh, I fixed it. Okay. What the fuck? Huh? Mine's wheat? I know. What the shit? What? It somehow goes to this one. It goes to mining. And this is just gonna get spammed. I don't get, how does it go back to mining? Is it because of this? I don't understand what's going on. What's going on? There's nothing there. Okay. But this should never be said though. Okay. Maybe I need to restart. Oh boy. I hate this so much. Can I avoid everything? Please? Stop. Okay. Oh my god, how are we gonna make it there? Let's see. Can we navigate this? Holy shit. Don't touch anything, don't touch anything. Okay. So that's mining. Stop. Stop. I think I fixed it. The only thing I haven't fixed is this. But this I have fixed. Oh no, I haven't, because now this is a problem. Do I need to return maybe? Okay. Now this. How are we gonna handle this? Because when I click it, nothing happens, right? Oh, well, okay, this happens. This definitely does happen. Ah, you get this. Which doesn't help, does it? Of course. The game crashed. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Hey, JD. What's up? I just noticed. Here it says mine. Okay, interesting. How's it going here? It's going. I don't know where it's going, but it's going. Yeah, the game is crashing, yep. Okay, progression. 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 True. Okay. Now, how do I tell the game? No, how do I tell the player that what I'm hitting is what he needs? Here, okay. I hate this so much, but what else can I do? And shouldn't I already know about this? No, I don't actually. Because target is going to be the tile map data. Can I please go to the player? Damn it. So let me think about this. Wait, does the grid helper has access to cursor component? Holy fuck. Jesus. There's no pop-up. There's no pop-up. Okay. I guess I have to add a pop-up to the map. Which is kind of silly. I guess maybe here. Yeah, maybe here. Go to the grid helper. How is it gonna look though? Okay. There you go. How do I set up this? Wait, let me not in here. Oh shit. I literally need to get the data for this. What is this? Atlas? No idea. Probably. Oh man, that's gonna be so expensive. Invalid access to part of property of grid. Oh. What? Stop, stop, stop. Can see it. How am I supposed to see it? Bro, stupid clouds. There you go. Do I need to restart? Ah, it's moving with me. That's so lame. That is so lame. Okay. But the question is it expensive? Don't know. Looks expensive. Okay. So we're gonna keep track of this, right? And then +1 if do this, then do this. What? Why is this null? Maybe I need to restart. That's weird. Okay. Now I need to get the... Now I need to get the miners to do this. How am I gonna get the miners to do this? The miners does know about this. The miners have no idea about this. Um, I'll have to give them a list. So we'll have to save a list, right? And can the miner reach this list? Can they reach here? That's the question. I would just have to send... Oh wait, I can actually make a list. Get cells. Because I'm already doing something like that with... I'm doing something like that here. Or maybe not here. Here. No. Get used cells. Get cell. File. Yeah, here. So I have to do this. Func get mining tiles. Get used cells. Get used cells. Self. get copper cells. Silver. Gold. Is there a way to make it so var get atlas coordinations equal to better terrain. No, wait. Actually, wait. This I need to be in here. I already did, bro. I already did. If var get chords get atlas coordinations tile. Why you do this? If oh my god, it's so slow. There's no other way, is there? Because the terrain does not... There's nothing in the terrain. Better terrain. Get... Get terrain. Now. Get. Yeah, I cannot. There's nothing to get here. Okay. I just have to get this, but this is lame because then I have to check for 9. I need to check all these. The next version of better terrain will be better terrain. True. Vector to I. Wait, can I make a... if... Can I make a packet vector to I? So I can make a var ports equal to wait a second, what's the difference between the two? The fuck? What's the difference between RE vector 2i and act vector 2i? What's the difference? Vector 2i Nathan, thank you for the follow. Is this really the only way to do it? There's no way. Oh god, this is so lame. There's no shot. Huh? Is this really it? There's no way, right? Vector 2i. Godot is broken for me? How come? How come it's broken for you? What did you do? What did you do? Sir, what did you do, sir? There's no way there's 36. No shot. Bro. Where did you get 36 from? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. 35. See, I was right. It's not 36. So, how come it's counting another one, but I don't know what? Or did I not calculate properly? Probably. Probably is 36. Probably it is 36. Okay. So why is it broken, Diox? Nixus. Walled ores. Walled ores. I would have to add them to the list, I think. One second. All right, let's watch something. So we watch this. What else can we watch? Why is it so long, bro? 30 minutes. Well, I actually kind of want to know this.
Hey dog, it's time for you to go home. It's not safe out here.
Wait, I didn't know. Wait, can you have companions in Fallout 3? Because I am playing Fallout 3 right now.
You've got to go back to Vault 101. Where the heck is he going? I mean, literally, where the heck is he going? We know where he says he's going, and I'm pretty sure he'll get there, but is he really gonna walk all the way back? Other characters in Fallout 3 do this too. They say they're gonna meet you somewhere.
We're gonna head back home now.
And then they just run off. And that's interesting because there are a lot of deadly creatures in the wasteland of Fallout 3, and at least in the case of Dogmeat, these characters can die. So is Dogmeat just invincible when he's walking home? Does he even interact with these robots and these monsters and these raiders? Also, there's a gigantic river in between us and where he's going that he's gonna have to cross.
And also
Can he
there's
swim?
instancing
I've never
everywhere,
seen him
so how
swim.
do
So
they...
that's what we're doing today. We're gonna be following Dogmeat as well as a variety of other NPCs from the places they are to the places they say they're gonna go, so we can figure out the real details of how they make these journeys, or if they make them at all. For this video, I spent roughly 20 hours sitting in front of my television following NPCs around in a variety of different video games. While I was doing that, there was a 0% chance I would have eaten a decent meal if it wasn't for the sponsor of this video, Factor.
Can you spare any more water?
No, I've given this guy like 30 bottles of purified water. You don't need any more water. I've given you plenty. You know what you probably need? You probably need food. 101, he immediately walked in the opposite direction that he was supposed to, which does not bode well. I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt because he's a smart dog and I'm sure he'll obviously figure it out, but in the Oh. Dogmeat has passed away. Yeah, it turns out that Dogmeat does not lose his taste for blood, even when you're not accompanying him directly. And as long as you're in relatively close proximity, he will just run head first into any enemies that he can smell. And he will usually get himself killed pretty quickly, which obviously is sad, but is sort of a prison of his own making because he usually does pick these fights himself. But we do need him alive in order to do this exercise, so I'm going to have to play guard duty going forward. And let me tell you, if you want to do this, you better have a good gun. The further Dogmeat walked, the weirder his directional choices got. It's almost like every turn he made was the opposite of the turn I would have expected him to go based on where we're trying to get to. But I almost wondered if there was something about the fact that we had to cross the Potomac River that was getting in the way. Because again, at this point, I don't know that Dogmeat can swim. So maybe he's looking for a spot where he can cross the river on some sort of bridge, or maybe just a spot where the river is dried up. But no. He can swim, so I don't know what he was doing. I don't know why we walked so far, dog. Why did you walk so far? And then as soon as he got out of the river, he just kind of started wandering again. And you'll notice this pretty much any time you follow an NPC around in a Bethesda game. There is a lot of sort of wandering one direction and then immediately turning around and double backing the other direction. There's a lot of like stopping and just looking at nothing for a little while. They just make a lot of odd choices in terms of how they get from point A to point B. Now, my first thought is that behaviors like this are just glitches or mistakes or lazy development, but I almost got to wondering, if I was to follow people around in real life, would they do similar things? So I went to my local grocery store and I followed a couple of different people around very gently. You know, it wasn't weird. It was people watching. It was regular people watching. And as I observed these people, I would make a mental note anytime I noticed them doing something that if it were in a game, I would consider it kind of like a glitch. And let me tell you, We do this stuff all the time. There was a 5-minute chunk that I was looking to go buy some sugar-free Red Bull, and within that 5-minute chunk, I did it 3 times. I would walk one way and then just kind of zone out and then realize I passed the aisle and then turn back around and then go back the other way. I saw a lady just like bump into a wall with her cart. And I'm not making fun of these people. I'm saying this is like a normal human thing that you do that you probably don't notice you do. I definitely do it all the time. And I'm a genius. You know, we tend to overestimate ourselves in that way. So much like a Bethesda game, you might say that we were kind of lazily developed. Food for thought. Now, I'm not saying Bethesda intentionally programmed these things to run badly so that we would it would seem more human. I'm just saying that as humans, we have flaws, and a lot of times those flaws accidentally make their ways into the works of art that we have. And I think that's good. I think that's a positive thing. If every NPC just like did the right thing and was efficient all the time, it'd be like living in a crazy Elon Musk Spock land. No, thanks. Now that said, there are some behaviors from NPCs that I could not justify with this roundabout logic I'm using. For example, another NPC that I really wanted to follow around was this child. This is a child that you rescue from slavery in Paradise Falls. And after you do that, the child says, I'm gonna go to Little Lamplight.
We're gonna head back home now.
And then the child runs off into the night. But what's interesting about children in Fallout is that they cannot be harmed. I think they're the only NPC that has God-given protection strictly based on their demographic, but unlike Dogmeat, he also doesn't have any way of fighting back. So when this invincible child runs into a rad scorpion, what's he gonna do? Usually what they do is they hide. Eventually they'll get bored of hiding and then they'll run. Between those two actions, usually the enemy will either go away from them or they will then run away from the enemy and everything's fine. But there was one instance where the kid ran away from a Mirelurk King, which is like a really buff fish guy, probably a foot taller than me, and I'm 7 foot. I'm 5'11". But the kid, he was trapped in a corner by one of these Mirelurk Kings, and eventually, I guess he decided that he wasn't going to be able to outrun him, and he wasn't going to be able to hide from him forever. He had to get to Little Lamplight eventually. So he just fought him. A little 4-foot tall kid just went full on open fists with this 8-foot tall gargantuan monster.
For himself.
So they just kind of boxed for a little while, and then eventually the kid ran away, and that was that. Pretty funny. Anyway, back to the dog. I think the funniest thing about escorting Dogmeat around is that anytime he brutally kills somebody, no matter how much damage he took, no matter how far away he had to wander from the path he was on, the moment that enemy is dead, he just locks all the way back in and starts walking. Same speed, straight back to Vault 101, allegedly. And this is even more amusing if you consider that it sort of implies that this is what happens every time you send Dogmeat back to the vault. You just normally don't see it. See you later, Dogmeat. Hope you don't commit any 1st or 2nd or 3rd degree crimes on your way to the vault. You know, it's kind of like a Schrodinger's dog situation, right? Dogmeat is neither alive nor dead. He's neither guilty nor innocent of murder unless you're looking at him, which also means that the game doesn't always function correctly unless you're not looking directly at it. The illusion of these characters getting from one place to another is broken if you actually want to look at these characters getting from one place to another. You need to look away in order for the universe to hold together, which may actually be true of real life as well. I don't think too hard about that. I just said it. I'm not a scientist. Could be true, though. Now, as I think we all assumed, after about 90 minutes, Dogmeat finally made a defensible navigational decision, and he turned back east and walked all the way back to Vault 101. It took about another 2 hours, but it was pretty straightforward from there on out. And just like if you fast travel to the vault, he walks up the little path and then perches up there waiting for you to return. So that's great. And if you extrapolate this to the whole game, it's actually pretty impressive. I know that it's very old at this point, and I'm sure a lot of you don't think it's as interesting as I do, but I love this idea that if an NPC in a Bethesda game says, I'm gonna go here, and you decide you want to say, prove it, they actually will. It's a little funky because they might get murdered, but the threads of the world are there. It's almost like a big, giant, slightly crappy version of Majora's Mask. You know, perhaps the best Zelda game ever made back on the N64, where they had a 3-day cycle, and every single NPC in this village had a point in space to go to at every single moment, so you could follow people throughout their entire routine across these 3 days. That was obviously a much more elegant way to do it, but it was also way smaller in scale. So it's not unique to Bethesda games, right? Even other modern games like Tears of the Kingdom has this same thing going on. You can find NPCs wandering along the paths, and they will go all the way from one place to another place. There are obviously a few wrinkles, right? Nintendo makes their games with a little bit more polish than Bethesda maybe does. Like, for example, characters in Tears of the Kingdom, when it starts raining, as I'm sure we've all seen, they will run and sort of try to find shelter, and they'll look for whatever the closest thing is along their path that will offer kind of an overhang to hide under. So in this case, this lady just found like a rock that was sloped just enough that it would protect her from the rain, And then she waited for the rain to get done and went back on her way. It's also cool because in Tears of the Kingdom, when you talk to these NPCs, they're not people who are normally going to give you quests. There's not that kind of interaction. They really are background characters, but you could talk to them and they might say something like, oh, you should go here and look at these things. It's so cool. And then they'll walk, and it turns out they are walking to the place that they recommended you go see. For example, this lady walked all the way to Kakariko Village, walked all the way up some steps and went to an observation platform so she could view these old giant ruins, which she had told me about all the way back at the place she started. You know, it's very similar to what Bethesda did 2 decades ago in Fallout 3, but with just that characteristic Nintendo restraint and polish. So that almost brings us to the end of exploring how these NPCs behave in Fallout 3. But there is one other class of NPCs that was actually the spark that got me interested in doing this video, doing this experiment, and that is these guys. This is somebody who has been captured by super mutants, and you as the player character can go to them and let them go. You can free them because you are an angel. And anytime you free them, they'll always say something like, oh, thank you so much.
I can't believe it, I'm alive!
You know, here's a reward. I've got to get out of here. But they never say where they're going. And I've always been really curious about, like, what does this NPC's life look like after my role in their life is done? Do they go somewhere specific? Do they have a home? Or maybe in this case, because they don't have a destination, they do just disappear like maybe we would have expected the other people to do. The problem is they run really fucking fast. They run faster than the player character, so it's really hard to keep up with them. And because you don't know where their destination is, you can't even like make good decisions about how to cut them off. So in the past, it's always been too annoying to follow them, but of course, I couldn't not do it for this video. So here's what happens. Ready? Set? Go. All right, here we go. Where are we going? Okay, down over here, okay. Train station, got it. Going inside here. Oh, wait. Where'd he go? Hello? Hello? Oh my god. Turned into a ghoul. Okay, so this guy just made a beeline for the nearest enterable door. Then he went into it, and then he disappeared forever. Obviously, there's a fun little narrative you can build that he did turn into a ghoul, but I'm pretty sure that, like, as far as the game mechanics are concerned, that man is gone. Which kind of goes to what I was saying, that maybe because they don't have a destination, they do just disappear. But let's do it one more time with a different one of these captive people and just see if that still happens. Hello, ma'am. Would you like to be freed today? Okay, off you go. Oh, geez. Man, she's really running. Now that's a lady that knows how to escape captivity. She ran for a little ways and then immediately started swimming in the Potomac River, but then she stayed in the Potomac River, and she stayed in the Potomac River, and then she tried to drown herself in the Potomac River, and it was really hard to see her, so I kept almost losing track of her. It felt like playing one of those ball cupping games. Not ball cupping, you know what I'm saying, the games with the balls and the cups, doesn't matter. And then again, after about 10 minutes, she got out and started sprinting out into the wasteland again. Now, when you follow these NPCs around, you really do have to be careful about watching where they're going, because if you take your eyes off of them, they will just dart behind a rock, and then you won't know which way they went, and then you're done. So you have to follow them, and as you follow them, they're gradually going to get farther and farther away from you because they're faster than you. So you have to make guesses about what way you think they're going to go, and then try to like do a little Pythagorean theorem and cut them off in the way that they turn. Thankfully, every once in a while, they do like just stop to catch their breath, which often gives you a chance to keep up with them. So it's not horrible, but it is annoying. And what's interesting about this lady is we passed a lot of potential doors that she could have gone in if that's what she was going to do. Subway station doors, houses, buildings. We even got pretty close to the city of Megaton at one point, and I almost got excited because I thought, oh, maybe this is like a little in-universe explanation for all of those settlers that end up in Megaton. They're people who were released and then they run there and now they live there. But she didn't want to live in Megaton. She took one look at that hunk of junk and said, no thanks, I'd rather take my chances out in the wasteland. And let me tell you, we ran all through the night. She would get scared and she would hide. When we got attacked, I would defend us and I would save her life. The more we ran, the more attached to her I got. And then at one point she stopped to catch her breath and she said this.
This is hopeless.
Which kind of weirdly felt kind of sad to me because, you know, she's an NPC in a video game. She didn't choose this situation, which kind of weirdly felt kind of sad to me.
This is hopeless.
The sun was just starting to creep up over the horizon, and we had been running all night long when we got attacked again. Of course, she didn't have any way to defend herself, so it was up to me to play bodyguard, and I'm sad to report that I failed.
No!
She got totally turned into green goo by a laser gun. Every little quirk of her personality, all of that pessimism she had, was just totally apathetically liquefied by a computer program with a gun. Oh well. The consequence of this is that we will never really know where she was going. And maybe she didn't really know where she was going. It almost felt like she was running just for the sake of running, trying to stay alive as long as she could, even if she was never destined to settle down in one place. I've met people like that in real life. I'm sure you have too. The cold reality of the game programming is probably something that's knowable. I'm sure somebody in the comments could even tell me, based on their knowledge of the creation engine, why this NPC behaved how they did. And obviously, I would love to know that. I like to learn more about that stuff. But for my part, the more interesting question to me is, I wonder if God struggles to comprehend our behavior in the same way that we struggle to comprehend hers. I'm Ennie Austin. Thanks for watching. Look at this map of Hyrule and tell me what you see. I'm just kidding. I'm going to tell you what I see. I see a bunch of rivers, and no matter how hard I look, none of them, and I mean none of them, connect in any way to the ocean. Have you ever noticed that? I'm serious. There's tons of water in this game, but every place on the edge of the map that looks like it might be the end of a river, it's not. Not this place, not this place, not that place, or this place. This is an interesting question because all of this water has to go somewhere. Even if it just goes off the map or disappears, there will be an end to it. But if it doesn't go to the ocean, where does it go? And maybe more interestingly, how does it go? Figuring out the answers to those questions is simple. We're going to find a river and follow it all the way from where it begins to where it ends, mapping out every pond, lake, stream, and other river that touches it, as well as marking which direction each one flows and how they all connect, and also how the landscape has changed from Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom. And maybe just for fun, whether or not any of this has its roots in real-world hydrology. It's gonna be easy. Let's begin with a quick science fact, shall we? Did you know stalactites like this are usually formed via a multi-step process involving rainwater mixing with carbon dioxide to make a gentle acid that dissolves limestone and carries it down through the soil, through the ceiling of a cave, depositing that same limestone into a dripping shape that gradually builds up over time? I learned that on the internet. But if I use ExpressVPN, now nobody knows who learned it on the internet. Mapping journey. I think we're going to start on top of the Great Plateau because the map at least makes it look like a really strong candidate for creating a long ocean-bound river that will flow for miles and miles without stopping, and that should make for a nice easy journey. Looking downstream across the map, it's clear that it won't be the simplest river diagram that we've ever constructed, but at least starting all the way at the beginning will help make things a little bit more straightforward. Okay, welcome to the start of this river right here next to this funny little cave. We're going to be using this raft like Huckleberry Finn to go basically just to follow the river all the way down to wherever it goes, including, it looks like, over a gigantic waterfall, which is fine. Now, in order to keep track of all these places that we're going to be making a river diagram, just like we did for Skyrim. And that diagram is going to be built with a long straight line in the middle just to represent the main path of the river. And then we're going to use a variety of symbols like these to denote different hydrological features. So you'll note that we've gone over a waterfall and into a lake. And it looks like we're going over another waterfall, presumably into another gigantic lake. Oh, this is a big waterfall. Jesus. Oh. After taking myself over 2 different waterfalls, eventually I ended up in this very deep canyon with a deep, almost eerie lake at the bottom of it. The flow of the river had already come to a halt, which isn't necessarily a huge problem, but it does mean that we have to circumnavigate the lake in order to figure out where the next part of the river branches off. Coming around to the north side, there's a waterfall flowing into the lake. Then there's another one from the west also flowing into this lake. Add to that the one we came in on, and that's 3 waterfalls all flowing into the lake and nothing flowing out of it. Now, if a lake has 3 rivers flowing into it and no rivers flowing out of it, then that lake is the endpoint of those river systems, so it's entirely possible that we found the answer to our question already. Every river you've ever seen in this game might just dump itself into this weird, dark, shadowy lake. But something about that doesn't feel quite right. This map is riddled with water features, and I'm not comfortable saying that this is Hyrule's aquatic dump zone until I know for sure. And there's only one way to find that out. We'll tackle the waterfall coming in from the west first, because it looks like that one doesn't actually go anywhere, so we should be able to just head to the top, take a look, and then mark it down. One of my biggest curiosities for this game was how it decides to handle what we call randomly spawning waterfalls, which are a necessity for any video game's hydrology. Skyrim would just have water like materializing out the side of a flat texture, and previous Zelda games, for example Twilight Princess, they had really strange, these really weird, ugly spouts of water built into the cliff sides. So I'm very curious if this game does the same. Oh ho ho! Look at this! This waterfall is fed by a cave. It's not even a trick. I mean, it's probably a trick once we actually look back into it, but who would have thought? This introduces another interesting wrinkle. Tears of the Kingdom, as most people know, is a direct sequel to 2017's Breath of the Wild, and it reuses the same broad strokes geography of that older game while adding a variety of new locations, towns, and features like floating islands and a giant underground demon land. One of the biggest and most consequential additions to this game, at least in my opinion, are the caves. Breath of the Wild, the first game, did not have caves. So what you're looking at right here could not have existed in Breath of the Wild. And following these rivers in the sequel is going to highlight for us one of the main ways Nintendo utilized those new caves. They used them as underground rivers that connect two disparate bodies of water. So when we look at this giant map and all of these unconnected rivers and lakes, suddenly things aren't so clear anymore because these two spots are actually connected, even though at first glance they didn't look like they were. This also means that anytime we see a body of water in Tears of the Kingdom that's fed by a cave, like this one, that body of water either just didn't exist at all in Breath of the Wild, or they had some sort of alternative solution to where it was sourced from. I'll do my best anytime there's an interesting example of this. I'll be sure to show you a side-by-side comparison, but first, let's just get this little tributary mapped out, and then we'll come back and do that. This river goes through the cave, up a series of really lovely little stair-like waterfalls, and is ultimately fed by another waterfall that itself causes a separate small creek to form heading in the opposite direction. That creek just sort of peters out into this odd and unremarkable little corner here, but if you follow that waterfall up, you will find yet another cave from which this river is ultimately fed. Inside that cave is a large space. Notice how the water is also clearly made to just flow straight and doesn't actually animate around the little island in the center of it all. Also, if you wander too far, you'll end up facing a stone talus, which is no big deal if you've played the game as much as I have. Very funny, Austin. Very funny. Now, as we said, all of this really does beg the question. If this entire river system that we just looked at is sourced from caves, and caves did not exist in the map when it was originally made in 2017's Breath of the Wild, where were these rivers sourced back then? The answer is really, really neat. They weren't. The waterfall going into the lake just didn't exist. The riverbed flowing in step-like fashion was just a smooth dirt path. There was no additional waterfall, no cave, nothing. The vibe of this area is so different from one game to the next that my brain didn't honestly recognize it as the same place at first glance. Another point of interest for this tributary is that this river flows through a canyon that, if you look on the map, looks like it was clearly carved by water at some point in the past. So in some ways, you could almost see Tears of the Kingdom as just a different state of seasons for Hyrule. Also consider the fact that a lot of the smaller bodies of water around here, like Spectacle Rock, have dried up significantly since the previous game in the series. Is it possible that some sort of lowercase c climate change, don't get worked up, has caused these ponds to dry up, and also maybe created record snowmelt in the Gerudo Highlands, which seeped into the groundwater, eventually cutting a path for itself down to the lake that we came from? I have no idea. I'm not a hydrologist, by the way. Always be sure to look down in the top comments, because usually someone with way more knowledge than me will have corrected all the stuff I said wrong. So you shouldn't believe comments, but you definitely shouldn't believe YouTubers. We don't know what we're talking about. Now, with that small tributary marks down, we can start tracing the main river back to its source. Up the waterfall on the north side of the lake, we end up in another valley, but it's a little tough to tell which way the water is actually flowing here. Sort of funny, considering how there's a gigantic waterfall right there, but hey, you know, they did their best. Following this valley backwards, we run into another offshoot creek, which is downstream of us rather than upstream.
Never.
It's not overly complicated, and it just flows into this big lake that surrounds the Colosseum there, sort of splitting around the sides of it. A little further upstream, we run into this. The Sage Temple ruins, just off the right-hand side here, are flatlands so low to the water table that they are flooded, but they do have ruins built onto them, which means at some point in the past they weren't flooded.
I'm not
As
a
we
big
travel
fan when
further
people
upstream,
eat
we're going to
on
see
stream.
a lot of these low-lying areas that are either actively flooding or clearly at risk of flooding, which sort of indicates that a lot of the center of Hyrule is what we might call a floodplain. There's some pretty stunning photographs from James Stanfield for National Geographic of some floodplains in Mongolia
ASMR too.
that bear a striking resemblance to some places you might
No.
find in this iteration of Hyrule. Floodplains like this are often carved up by the rising and falling rivers, which, if you look at the map at the center of Hyrule here, makes a lot of sense. It really does sort of look like it was carved up in all sorts of ways over many years. Coming up past these ruins, we have another pretty sizable river that flows westward to the heart of Satori Mountain. This one seems weird to me because while the flow is pretty weak, it does flow from east to west. But this channel is at the heart of a really large, really snowy mountain, and if our earlier conjecture was true, then you'd think that snow would have melted off to create this channel flowing from west to
There's no way you hear me eating.
back
There's
to
no
the
way.
east. When you follow this river back to its source, you even see an underground river inside of a cave that's been cut off from the main river, presumably due to drought. To me, this screams snow melt and underground channeling caused a river to form. as we all are always screaming. But according to the game, this is the downstream cave. So it even says in the game, this is downstream. Even more baffling is that if you go into that cave, you can literally see groundwater dripping out of the ceiling. So the tools are all there. Maybe they just named it wrong. But this is going to be one of many weird examples of Nintendo either doing things that are extremely nuanced and hydrologically impressive, or really, really weird and hard to explain, which is honestly exactly what you want out of a video game. Speaking of weird things, further upriver, things are fairly straightforward until we hit Hyrule Castle. The river gets really strong right around here, presumably due to
what am I eating then?
Magic, or whatever, and it splits off into loads of weird directions, forming a sort of moat around the castle. This is where the complexity of this task really started to hit me.
Wait. But then this goes out here? How that... Okay, so this flows here, or does it? It's like every single river is connected, almost. That's what it feels like. I think literally every single river is
Wait, can you hear me
to
smacking
everything
lips?
else. So mapping one river...
No way.
It necessitates that I map the entire game.
The biggest piece of confusion is right here. Why does the river split off and go south from the castle at all? I can't think of a good explanation. The best thing I could guess is that this means that this moat was actually man-made, because a dramatic bifurcation like this is not very common in real rivers. We'll come back to that in a moment. And past the castle, further upriver, we end up at yet another fork in the river where it bifurcates southward and heads towards Lake Hylia. Also, I keep saying this word, bifurcate. I know it sounds like I just knew that word on account of being very intelligent, but I didn't. I had to learn it for this video. It's a very important word when you're talking about rivers. A bifurcation is a point where a river splits off into two rivers that then both continue downstream to their own separate destinations. It's similar, but the inverse of the word confluence, where two rivers join up to go to the same place. From what I can tell, confluences are extremely common in real life, but bifurcations are pretty rare. Look at this map of the Mississippi River Basin. How many confluences do you see? Is it 3 trillion? Yeah. How many bifurcations do you see? Turns out, maybe one, right down here all the way at the bottom. And while it's technically a bifurcation of the Mississippi River, I read an article about how this split is only maintained due to the hubris of the Army Corps of Engineers, and that in fact the Atchafalaya Basin is actually where the Mississippi would be if allowed to run its natural course. So even this example is a little rickety. And this does tend to be how bifurcations evolve. They are only semi-permanent, and over time, as illustrated here, the river will gradually show preference to whichever side is deeper or steeper as it carves its path. Thinking back over what we've surveyed so far, there have actually been 2...
We care, but not now. Right. The hairstyle is whack and seen it before. Wait, what? What do you mean? There's no hairstyle, it's just me waking up. Oh yeah.
Other inexplicable bifurcations, which indicates that either the land of Hyrule is full.
We were watching the
a bifurcation of the Mississippi River. I read an article about
where do Hyrule's rivers go? That was the most popular one. Okay. What? Is this not gonna work? No, it should work. There we go. Now, how can I make this better? I guess I could make it a dictionary. And then in here I'm going to game manager, world ores, copper nuggets, append RE, this. Now let's see if that works. Is that going to work? No. Because it doesn't exist. That's why. So probably I need to make it first. So like this. Here we go. There we go. So now we have our ores. And their locations. Cool. Now we need to take a look at the miner. Let me save first. I didn't change anything, well, I did change some stuff. I did change some stuff. Okay. Plant stone, no. Gather stone. Target, drop. Okay, so we need to change this. Oh my god. Mine. Work on task. Mine. Yep. There's no gathering. There's no target stone. The target stone is just the coordinations. If target drop, yeah. Yep, there you go. Target drop. Why is there wood here? Did I fuck up? Um, let me just bear with this for a bit. House, wonder, obtain task. So gather stone, plant stone. Current task, mine. This is just gonna be target stone. Because target stone will be vector 2. This will never be true. This will never be empty. So you only have these. Okay, target stone. So what am I going to do? We actually okay, what's the problem with this? Oh, okay. That's why. Right. Back to the miner. So it's coming back here, which is not great. I think I do have to play with this. Hey, Irad. How are you, buddy? I don't want to erase. Or do I? Do I want to erase? Sure. This would never be true. How going here? Ah, it's going somewhere. I don't know where. What about you? What have you been up to? Keys, and then this will never be empty, so I don't need to check this. You always have the keys. Pick a random key. This could be empty. Right. Wait. What? All right. Target stone. Drop request. Actually, like this. Then stream or do game dev in weeks. Wait, I thought you said you're going on vacation from work. What happened? You're like, oh yeah, my work finishes, I'll be free. Spread my wings. What happened? Erased this. No, this will never be empty. So this is coming back on. There. I work from home. So, and yes, I was mistaken. I'm very good at underestimating tasks. Wait. So now you work from home? Wow. Wow. That's cool. Is it that thing you were trying to make? That TikTok thingy with the chart? How many years left, Arad? I would stretch it as much as I could. Give any excuse to keep stretching it. You can be like, actually, I need another 7 years. Actually, all they can say is like, okay, fuck off. That's the worst you're gonna get. So it's going to the task, right? Then this is work on task. So he's working on the task. And I need you to stay here. How do I make you stay here? How do I make you stay here? Mining. Can I do this? While manning. While can I do this? Is that gonna work? I don't think it's not gonna work. Is this gonna work? Only one way to find out. It's kind of dangerous. Do you play with wilds? Any of you guys play with wilds? And the weights in the same? Not only do I do this, I also do while within while within while. That's another thing I do. Technically, this should be like this. There we go. So this should play, and then when this finishes, this should trigger. My job is strange. I'm one assigning the tasks to myself when I talk with the team. I'm still confused what you are. What are you? Give me the definition. Sir. Sir. What are you, sir? What? Wait, what? You're a software dev? I'm so confused. I thought you were an electrician. I'm so confused. Well, no, that job is done. It was a side job because I want. Oh, okay. Okay. Right. That makes more sense. Right. Wow. Bro. If you wanted to get even more confused, just know I'm an architect. Damn. You're a smart boy, aren't you? You should make a system for me. I need you to make a system. Whenever you want. Okay. Okay. Let's see if this works. Oh, it's not gonna work. Or maybe it's gonna work. No, he's stuck there. He's stuck. Fuck. Oh, here we go. Here we go. What? Here comes the miner. Come on. Oh, and oh, it's not gonna work. I need a... Shoot. I need a warehouse. I need a warehouse. God, that's so annoying. Great. Warehouse. Nuggets. Come on. No? But there's nuggets. I bring nuggets. Oh, wait. Wait. He doesn't care about nuggets, does he? No? No? Fuck, it's gonna get bugged. Shoot. Try again. $79. Oh. Have you ever worked with multi-mesh instances and or like complicated textures, shaders? Some. I've reached the pinnacle of what I can optimize. And it's not gonna get any better with the current system, unfortunately. Because I'm using too many nodes. So I've reached the upper limits of what Godot can handle. Too many nodes? There it is. Yep. So the only way, because right now, for example, every tree is a node. And then inside it has multiple nodes, right? Same with the stones, same with the crops. These ones have collisions. He has a sprite 2D. So there's thousands of nodes, tens of thousands. Um, did I not? Layer 4, 5. Four. What's bro doing? No idea. Current task. And are you already using callable nodes with tilemap? What do you mean? Yeah, the bottleneck is the draw calls. The draw. Yeah, but doesn't that still use the same? So the issue I have is this. Is the cool canvas items. It's not really the render canvas, it's the cool. And the cool gets affected by how many nodes you have in your game. Yeah, it is high. And I don't think me moving the... Because I think you're talking about... I think I know what you're talking about. But I don't think that's gonna help. Because at the end of the day, it's still a node, right? You're talking about scene collection. I don't think this works the way you think it works. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. It's still adding the scenes. Where can I find information about this? For performance reasons, all timeline updates are batched at the end of a frame. Not so this means that scene tiles from a tile set collection source are initiated after their parent. Okay. Performance and compatibility reasons, the coordination resolution are limited to... Okay. When placed on the tile map, tiles from will automatically instantiate and associate scenes. So it's still instantiating, and it's a scene. As children of the, so it's still the same thing. Yeah, no, this is not gonna help. So I've done all the optimization I could. So one thing I've done is have the whole game on 2 sprite sheets, which gets the draw call down to 2 draw calls. So I have the tile set, and I have the tile sets, and I have the whole game in this one. So I've done this optimization. So my whole game lives on this 2K by 2K. But it doesn't matter, because the issue I have is this. For each node in root, it does this. It doesn't matter where it is, even if you don't see it, because the things you see only matters in render. The cooling is everything else. The cooling is everything else. But isn't multi-mesh just exactly what I did? Combine the whole thing into one single sprite sheet? No? Okay. State for current task 1. You literally just draw 1 instead of hundreds. Okay. I have looked into it, but it seems way too complicated for my brain. And the other one I saw is have a texture rec the size of the map. So it's a texture rec the size of the map. You call it tree, and just using material plus color coordination, you basically draw using the color like RGB. You assign each tree its own RGB ID, and then with the shader, you know that this RGB color is this tree, and then you know that this RGB color is this tree, and you draw them like this. You draw them somehow on that texture rec. So you have one for trees, then you have one for rocks. So you have one for you have one for crops. You combine them somehow. But then how do you do, like, then you're gonna have problems with eye sorting, then you have to solve the eye sorting and things like that. I don't know. At least that's the one I was thinking about. And what about the collision? Things like that. So current task 1. What is Pro doing? State 4. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't reach task. Is it doing this? Yep. Because I need to transform this into global position. How do I transform this into global position? Can I just do like this, 16? Can't you just make the map smaller Why? People want it bigger. Look, it's 4 times the size. So right now you have half of it unveiled. Because I need to work on this blacksmith. But yeah, maybe, you know, see if you can make this system. That would be huge optimization. Dealing with just maybe 5 texture racks. Or maybe a single texture rack. One for crops. And one for trees and stuff. Oh damn, that would be good. Yeah, I need to, but I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works because I've never done it. So you're still gonna have the eye sorting issue? What the fuck is bro doing? Why is this not showing? No! It crashed. Why, Godot? Why? Why do you crash? Why do you crash like that? By the way, do you like my trilogy plan? What do you think? What do you think? Are you going to buy every game? Yeah, look. Look at that. And then each one goes down in price, right? It's like this one becomes 8. Then this one is 10 because this is new, right? And then when this one launches, this one is 10, 8, 6. No? And then this is 10, and this is... How much is this? 15? If Pokemon can do it, why can't we, you know? That's my There's no way. There's no way. There's no way, right? Bro. But New World is doing so good now. What the fuck? They are firing the people from New World. Interesting. So Amazon laid off 30,000 people despite 35 year-over-year profit. How does that even work? And half of it is from the games division. Amazon declined to comment. Okay. Well, cool. Wonderful. Amazing. Is this gonna be in? No, it's not. No, it's not gonna be in. Okay, let me just do it, yeah. I'm just gonna do it here. But if I do it here, then I have to delete. I have to remove these. There you go. Okay. And I should also probably save it. Yeah. Save it. Save it. Since I'm already saving this, I'm gonna do 10. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, we have to go offline. We have to go offline. I don't think this is getting watered. Or am I tripping? Maybe I don't know. Oh, cause I hit it. There we go. That's not gonna help. um I need 20 tomatoes. Huh? The heck was that? Okay, let's find somebody to raid. Thank you, Devro. Thank you. Any recommendations? You can go say hello to Dino. So he's just wandering around. Huh. Is this removing everything? Yeah, it's removing him one by one. Yeah, weird. Okay. Alright guys, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. Hopefully we can keep this schedule where I come on earlier if I don't play Fallout 3 all night. Oh, we'll see what happens. Alright, see you tomorrow guys. Enjoy the rest of your day.